The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, author of liberty, who has made and preserved us as a nation, bless today our lawmakers. Order out of chaos. May our senators lift the shield of their integrity against the enemies of justice, freedom, and faith. Depend on guide our legislators with your providence until this nation shall gleam sacrifices of those who have given the last full measure of devotion for freedom. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., July 24, 2024, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Benjamin L. Cardin, a senator from the state of Maryland, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session.
Nomination, United States Tax Court, Kashi Way of Maryland to be a judge.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the acting President pro tem of the Senate committee on the part of the Senate to join with a like committee on the part of the House of Representatives to escort His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, into the House chamber for the joint meeting on Wednesday, July 24th, 2024.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, later this afternoon, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will address a joint meeting of Congress. It's been 291 days since Israel suffered the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust at the hands of evil Hamas terrorists. The pain of October 7th remains fresh because to this day, at least 116 Israeli hostages remain in captivity, including women, teenagers, the elderly, including American citizens, including New Yorkers, my constituents. Yesterday afternoon, I met with some of the families of the hostages, where I reaffirmed a solemn promise I made months ago and each day since. I'm doing everything in my power to ensure their loved ones come home safe and sound. Today is yet another opportunity to fight for just that. Even though I disagree with many of Bibi Netanyahu's policies, I will attend the speech because the United States' relationship with Israel remains ironclad and transcends any prime minister or president, and we must do all we can to get our hostages home. I told the families of the hostages I will continue supporting the Biden administration and all negotiators as they push Hamas to agree to a deal that will release the hostages and bring relief to Gaza. The negotiators have agreed on a framework, and now is the time to close the deal. Later today, I will also meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu during a bipartisan, bicameral meeting of the congressional leadership. I promised the families I would relay their message directly with the Prime Minister. Do all you can to bring the hostages home now. Many of the families I met with yesterday were the very same families I met with during my trip to Israel just a few days after October 7th, a few days after the October 7th attack, where their loved ones were captured. I can only imagine what the last 8 months have been like for these courageous souls, not knowing if their loved ones are even alive. I was particularly glad to meet with some of the families from New York, including the family of Itay Chen, who was murdered on October 7th and whose body is still being held hostage. I also met with the family of Omar Nutra, who remains in captivity and whose family will be attending the speech as my guests. Omar was serving as a tank commander near Gaza when he was taken, but back home, he had his whole life ahead of him. He's a student athlete, a Knicks fan, the captain of his school's basketball team, and was set to attend Bingham University, one of the finest universities in the country, after his service. And there are many, many, just like Omar, who still we need to bring home. There is simply no time to waste with a deal within reach. Yesterday, another hostage family member told me the tragic story of her family. Her mother and brother were both taken captive by Hamas on October 7th. Today, her mother is home, released in the November hostage deal, but her brother is dead, murdered in captivity. As she told me, the difference in fates of her mother and her brother lie at the negotiating table. The survival of the hostages depends on closing a deal now. The Prime Minister must make bringing hostages home a top priority, and I promise the families that is what I will tell him when we meet this afternoon. On a different issue, COSA and COPA. Tomorrow, the Senate will get the chance to take a major step forward on ensuring our kids' safety. We'll hold a cloture vote on a measure that contains two resoundingly bipartisan bills, the Kids Online Safety Act, or COSA, and the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPA. Both of these bills have been around since last Congress. Both have gone through the Senate Commerce Committee without opposition. But there have been many roadblocks to both KOSA and COPPA, and the parents who've been pushing and pushing and pushing for kids' online safety are fed up with the delay. But I believe this time will be different. This time I'm very hopeful that we can pass these bills through the chamber. I worked closely with members on both sides to get these bills ready to the floor. I made sure members had plenty of time to offer their input, work through disagreements, and arrive at a consensus. Now the moment to act has arrived. We're going to get our chance to take the next big step tomorrow. I've had many difficult meetings with constituents as a member of this body, but few have been as heart-wrenching as the meetings I've had with the parents of kids who took their own lives because of what happened to them on social media. I met with one parent from New York yesterday whose child suffered this terrible fate. She's lost her child forever. And I've met many others back home and across the country who are in similar situation. Some of the parents told me about how their kids were relentlessly bullied online. Others told me about how their kids were targeted by predators or duped into buying deadly drugs. Virtually all the parents shared their stories about the intense mental anguish their kids suffered. When I talked to the parents who lost their children, when I saw the pictures of their kids that they were holding up yesterday, I've seen those pictures before, I think of my kids when they were little. I think of my grandkids today. What if one of them goes online and loses their life? God forbid, God forbid. The loss shatters your heart. And I think to myself that if we could get these bills done, it would do so much good for millions of families across the country. Tomorrow is the day we must act. So I want to thank so many of the senators who labored tirelessly on these bills. I especially want to thank Senators Blumenthal and Blackburn for their work on KOSA, as well as Senators Markey and Cassidy for their work on COPPA. I also wish to thank Chair Cantwell for her excellent leadership on the Commerce Committee. I look forward to voting on advancing the KOSA-COPPA here tomorrow on the floor later this week. Now, next topic. Tonight, President Biden, Mr. President, will address the nation on a most solemn matter, his decision, his generous and wonderful decision to pass the torch at the end of his term, and his vision for the future of America. President Biden's decision to stand down from a second term in office will go down as one of the greatest acts of patriotism of any president in our long, storied United States history. To pass the torch is one of the hardest decisions possible for someone whose life has been entirely about leadership. But he did it because he believed it was the right thing to do for the country he loved so much. Nevertheless, tonight I expect President Biden to remind the American people that one thing hasn't changed. Right now, our democracy stands at a crossroads, and we, all of us, have a lot of work left to do. Democrats want to keep America moving forward with greater hope and opportunity for everybody. Republicans, on the other hand, are hell-bent on taking our country backward with chaos, with dysfunction. If anyone needed a clearer contrast between the Democrats and the Republicans' vision for America, just take a look at the latest Trump plan proposed by the very conservative, the arch-conservative Heritage Foundation. The more the American people learn the details of Project 2025, the more trouble Donald Trump is going to have. Let me say that again. The more the American people learn the details about Project 2025, the more trouble Donald Trump is going to have. The Trump plan calls for the most conservative agenda in American history, chock full of radical, right-wing MAGA proposals that are way out of line with the mainstream. While Democrats are focused on protecting reproductive rights and a woman's right to choose, the Trump plan lays the groundwork for a national abortion ban. While Democrats are focused on providing student debt relief to millions of borrowers, the Trump plan calls for defunding the Department of Education. While Democrats are focused on creating jobs and making our tax code fairer for working families, the Trump plan calls for more tax cuts for the very wealthy, the corporate elites, the mega corporations. While Democrats are focused on tackling climate change and lowering energy costs, the Trump plan would gut our clean energy investments, empower the nation's biggest oil and gas producers, and throw thousands and thousands who are now in good-paying jobs out of work. The list goes on and on and on, but the bottom line is this. America cannot afford 4 years of the Trump plan. It would be dangerous for our democracy, disastrous for our economy, horrible for the average American family, and downright destructive of the progress we've made in the last 4 years. And finally, Mr. President, 26 years ago today, Detective John Gibson, Officer Jacob Chestnut of the Capitol Police gave their lives in the line of duty while defending the Capitol from an attack by a lone gunman. On what was a very dark day in the history of this building, Detective Gibson and Officer Chestnut demonstrated extraordinary courage in the face of extraordinary danger. If not for their selfless actions that day, many innocent people would have been injured or lost their lives. Days like today remind us of the immense responsibilities of the Capitol Police. It's no easy task to be the guardians of the Capitol complex, but Capitol Police do it every single day with unwavering dedication and courage. So we will never forget the sacrifice that Detective Gibson and Officer Chestnut made 26 years ago. May their memories continue to be a blessing to their families, to all of us here who remember that awful day, and to their brave brothers and sisters of the Capitol Police. Yield the floor, note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Majority Whip.
I ask consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
I ask consent to speak in morning business.
Without objection.
Mr. President, some events in our lives make such an impression that we can recall exactly where we were, and what we were doing when we reflect on learning about them. On November 22nd, 1963, I was a sophomore at Georgetown University here in Washington, D.C., when the news broke that President John Kennedy had been shot in Dallas, Texas. I was in the library, and the news spread through that quiet room like wildfire. We all stopped what we were doing and went outside, stood in the street, and listened to the car radios report the news that it was just tragic news, of course, that President Kennedy had given his life. It's been more than 60 years since the assassination of President Kennedy, and 43 years since President Reagan was shot. A week and a half ago, Americans were shocked to witness on live television an assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump, as well as the murder of Corey Comparator at a Pennsylvania political rally. We should all take a moment to reflect on Mr. Comparator's family loss. His wife reported that when the shots were ringing out, he shielded his wife and children with his body. It's an amazing scene to think at that moment, that emergency moment, he thought of others to protect them. They've been in my thoughts since the tragic events of that Saturday afternoon. We have a responsibility in Congress to learn how the Secret Service failed to protect former President Trump on July 13th. We need to do this on a bipartisan basis. Keep politics out of it. The Judiciary Committee, which I chair, has jurisdiction over the Secret Service. Tomorrow morning, the Judiciary Committee, along with the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, will receive a classified briefing on the shooting. I hope that we learn more since the hearings that have occurred in the House of Representatives. Next Tuesday morning, the Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Committees will hold a joint bipartisan hearing on the assassination attempt, where we hope to learn more from the FBI and the Secret Service. We need to ask probing and important questions and do it in a responsible way that avoids the kind of incendiary language that has become all too common in our country. It is irresponsible for a member of Congress to accuse the opposing political party of being, quote, flat out evil, trying to murder President Trump. But a member of Congress actually said that. Another member said, quote, Joe Biden sent the orders. Can you imagine? Those kinds of statements are so irresponsible, mean-spirited, they don't belong in part of the national debate. As a country, we've become desensitized to the toxic and violent rhetoric that some politicians have embraced as standard fare. We should all be disturbed by the April poll from Marist, which found that, quote, 1 in 5 U.S. adults believe Americans have to resort to violence to get their country back on track. I've said this repeatedly, and it bears repeating. Political violence is never acceptable. It is never the answer. Political parties should not elevate leaders who say these things that are so irresponsible. Candidates should encourage Americans to exercise their constitutional right to speak and vote, not open a rally with an official declaring, quote, if we lose this election, it's going to take a civil war to save this country. As the most powerful democracy in the world, the eyes of our allies and rivals are always on us. Our political discourse should reflect our solemn responsibility to encourage free and fair elections, not just abroad but at home. Because in the land of the free, everyone should feel safe expressing their political views and participating in this country's most sacred and fought-for legacy of free and fair democracy. Mr. President, I ask that the next part of my remarks be placed at a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of Congress. I believe this invitation to speak was ill-timed and one which the Prime Minister should have had the good sense to decline. But if there's one thing we know about Prime Minister Netanyahu, is that he never misses an opportunity to further his political agenda. Let me be clear. There are nations and proxy groups that seek to destroy Israel, and that is not something we can or ever should take for granted. We've seen this with horrific slaughter by Hamas on October 7th, the subsequent Iranian missile barrage, the ongoing attacks by Hezbollah, and the continuing holding of innocent Israeli hostages, including Hirsch Goldberg Poland, with ties to my state of Illinois. That is why I have long supported helping Israel in its self-defense. But let me also make clear that support for Israel's right to exist is not a blank check for extremist policies of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Even before the October attack, Netanyahu was pursuing a deeply troubling agenda, compelled by his self-interest desire to hold together his far-right coalition and avoid legal problems. He enabled illegal settlement expansion, entertained outrageous proposals to annex the West Bank, advanced policies that would have undermined Israel's judicial independence, and ignored any long-term vision for peace with the Palestinians. Pressure from Israel's friends, including President Biden, to rethink those policies was often brushed aside or manipulated to create domestic political support in Israel. Tragically, it's been clear for years that neither the current Israeli nor the current Palestinian leadership has a vision or political will to find a lasting peace for two people, with tragic consequences. Shortly after the October 7th attack by Hamas, many of us warned our Israeli friends to learn from our own mistakes we made in the fog of rage and pain following September 11th, 2001. But I fear these lessons have been lost upon Netanyahu, and the cost for Israel and Palestinians alike have been heartbreaking. Netanyahu has failed to create a post-conflict plan, has ignored increased settler violence in the West Bank, and extremists blocking humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. When I think about the right of Israel to exist, it is pretty clear to me, start to finish, that is the basic foundational position to take. The right to defend themselves, of course. October 7th was proof positive that that's necessary. But you take a look at the course of the war in Gaza ever since. 39,000 innocent Palestinians have died. 90,000 have been injured. The scenes that come back to us from what is happening in Gaza are heartbreaking. To think what these children are dying of famine and starvation because they stopped the shipments of humanitarian aid into Gaza in a regular, orderly way. That is unacceptable. In the end, I fear the devastating civilian toll in Gaza will not only be judged a moral and humanitarian calamity, but a likely strategic failure by the Israelis as well. I have long supported a two-state solution for Israel and the Palestinians. In fact, out of the terrible Yom Kippur War came an unimaginable yet lasting peace between Egypt and Israel. So with the right leaders on both sides, it can be done. The United States has a responsibility for a renewed push on all sides toward this goal, one in which Israel and Palestinian children can once and for all live together in peace and dignity. A pending ceasefire that would see hostages released, humanitarian aid increased, and eventually lead to desperately needed outcomes seems finally within reach. Last night, at the invitation of Ben Cardin, our colleague from Maryland, I met with some of the hostage families here in the Capitol. I cannot imagine what it must be like, many of them wondering if the person that they love, their sons, their daughters, their wives, their friends, are even alive today. Unimaginable. We've got to bring this to an end, and a ceasefire agreement with Hamas is the only way to get that done. Instead of stirring the same old pot, I urge Prime Minister Netanyahu to share such a vision for the future when he speaks to the United States Congress today. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican whip?
President of the Senate, a quorum call.
It is.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, the attempted assassination of President Trump 11 days ago at a peaceful rally in Pennsylvania shook the nation. And I am very thankful that he was not seriously harmed. And I am grateful also for the law enforcement personnel who rushed in to cover the president when the shooting started. But as every American knows by now, the events of July 13th should never have happened. There was not just one, but a number of apparent security breakdowns, notably a failure to secure the roof before the rally. And while we are grateful for the fact that President Trump was not killed, the security failures resulted in the death of one innocent American and serious injury to two others. And it is appropriate that the Secret Service director resigned yesterday in the wake of this tragedy. But there is more work to be done. Multiple investigations are currently being conducted, several of them here in Congress, to identify everything that went wrong that Saturday and explore ways to ensure that it never happens again. And among other things, we obviously need to take a hard look at what needs to be done at the Secret Service. I have no doubt that there are many dedicated agents serving there, including those who heroically dived to cover President Trump when the shooting started. But the fact is that the Secret Service has been beset by problems for a number of years now, including staffing issues and a number of previous security failures. And it's time to fix these problems once and for all and ensure the Secret Service is fully prepared to fulfill its mission. We also need a new Secret Service director committed to making reform of the agency a priority. Mr. President, events like the ones of July 13th always horrify because they demonstrate the worst of which human beings are capable. But they also give us a glimpse of the very best. And that was certainly true in Pennsylvania. There was Corey Comparator, the volunteer firefighter who died protecting his family, the emergency room physician and others who attempted to render medical assistance, the everyday Americans who stepped in to help their fellow rally goers. And if there's one thing we can take from the events of July 13, other than the immediate practical need of addressing security failures, it is a renewed determination to live our lives in such a way that we too, at the time of our testing, would be among those whose response was to help and protect their fellow man. Mr. President, soon after surviving the attempt on his life, President Trump said, and I quote, "In this moment, it is more important than ever that we stand united and show our true characters as Americans," end quote. That's a call that we should all heed. That doesn't mean, of course, that our disagreements suddenly disappear. But it does mean that we recognize and remember that most Americans, regardless of where they land politically, want what's best for the country's future. And I hope that out of this tragedy can come a renewed sense of what unites us. Amid the outpouring of shock and concern after the attempted assassination, there were those who actually made remarks lamenting that President Trump wasn't killed. And it is disturbing that our discourse and our regard for the value of human life has deteriorated to such an extent that there would actually be people wishing bodily harm on a political candidate simply because they don't like his politics. And in the midst of our real and valid disagreements, I hope we can remember the people beneath the politics and emerge with a greater respect for our fellow Americans. Mr. President, my thoughts and prayers continue to be with those injured on July 13 and with the families of the injured and deceased. And I pray that the events in Butler, Pennsylvania will never be repeated. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mrs. Baldwin.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this afternoon, and actually just in a few short hours, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will deliver an address to a joint session of Congress. As his country faces multiple attacks on multiple fronts, an existential threat, actually, Prime Minister Netanyahu has come to the United States to affirm the strong relationship between his country and ours, and to highlight the stakes of this war. This joint address comes at a critical time, and I am absolutely stunned and profoundly disappointed that the Vice President of the United States has decided to boycott participating in this particular speech. As we all know, it's traditional that the Vice President, as President of the Senate, and the Speaker sit behind the Speaker of the invited Speaker, in this case, Prime Minister Netanyahu. I remember several years back when Prime Minister Netanyahu was last here, the Vice President and the Speaker both sat in those chairs, recognizing the importance of lending that dignity and a sense of gravity to the proceeding. But Vice President Harris can't be bothered with any of that. She's blaming her decision on a scheduling conflict, even though the date of this speech was announced in early June. And the only other item on the Vice President's schedule is a speech to a sorority convention in Indianapolis. The world is on fire. We've never seen a more dangerous environment since World War II. And the Vice President can't be bothered to show up at the nation's capital in the House chamber and to demonstrate the respect and courtesy that we thought was a given, but apparently not in this case. Not only has the Vice President chosen to skip this address, so has the Senate's President pro tem, Senator Murray, as well as we learned this morning, the Majority Whip, Senator Durbin, has boycotting this address. I think it's absolutely disgraceful that the most senior members of the Democratic Party have chosen to give the Heisman to one of our closest allies in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East that's fighting for its very existence. Why would they do something like this? Well, it's pretty obvious. It's pandering. It's pandering to the most radical elements of the Democratic base. I'm proud of the deep friendship between the United States and Israel. Our national security is tied up in the national security of Israel. We know Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, wants to wipe Israel off the map. That's what Hamas, which is a proxy for Iran, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis in Yemen, all are determined to destroy the nation of Israel. So it's never been more important for the United States to stand shoulder to shoulder with our ally and friend against these unprovoked attacks by terrorist groups against innocent civilians. There were 251 hostages taken on October the 7th, innocent civilians, in addition to all of the 1,000+ individuals that were murdered. 8 of the current hostages are American citizens. And the vice president can't be bothered to show up? It's disgraceful. Mr. President, on another matter, Election Day, November the 5th, is only 104 days away. On November the 5th, the voters will head to the polls to chart a new direction for our country. The presidential race, of course, has garnered the most attention given the surreal events of the last 10 days. In the last several days, the Democratic candidate has dropped out of the race. The Republican candidate has survived an assassination attempt. You couldn't make this up. If you wrote this as a novel, people wouldn't believe it. This presidential race is unprecedented and with high stakes. But there's more on the line this November than just the future of the White House. From the top of the ballot to the bottom of the ballot, the American people will vote for candidates to represent their interests at every level of government, at the local level, mayors, city councilmen, to governors, to members of Congress, including the United States Senate. As we know, election years are not known for their productivity here in the Senate. Our colleagues are always eager to spend more time at home campaigning, which does present some serious scheduling problems. Historically, the prospect of legislating grows dimmer as Election Day grows closer. Even still, the outlook for the next few months looks pretty shocking and pretty dismal. Including today, the Senate is scheduled to be in session for 18 days. Let me say that again. We have 104 days till the election, and the Senate is scheduled to be in session for only 18 days. That's about 1 day a week. If the Senate had already completed its most basic duties, this might not be quite shocking and alarming, but the truth is we have a mountain of critical work that needs to be completed before the end of the fiscal year. Before the end of September, which is the end of the fiscal year, we need to pass the National Defense Authorization Act, something we've done, I think it's 63 years in a row, which is essential to our military's readiness. As I said earlier, this is the most dangerous time we've seen since World War II. You would think the National Defense Authorization Act would be a priority, but apparently not for Leader Schumer. I'd hoped the Senate would take up and pass this bill before the end of July, but that's clearly looking unlikely at this point. Then we have to pass all 12 annual appropriations bills to fund everything from national defense to processing passports to veterans benefits to administering Social Security, Medicare, you name it. Failure to complete that job on time could result in a government shutdown. We also need to pass a farm bill to support our mighty agriculture industry and the dedicated farmers and ranchers and producers that depend on it. This task should have been completed last fall, but Congress punted that deadline, and we can't keep our ag producers, farmers, ranchers in limbo forever. but that's what's happening. These are three basic functions of governing: funding the government, funding our national defense, and protecting our food supply. All these deadlines were known well in advance, but the Senate's not taken up or passed even one of these bills. And we know it's not uncommon for a single bill to occupy a couple weeks of floor time. But the Majority Leader has given us 18 days to complete 14 bills. If the Senate had spent its time working on other important matters, I might understand a legislative pileup like we're facing today, but that's not been the case at all. This chamber is barely in session, and even when we're in Washington, our time is wasted on show votes and occasional nominees. The past few session weeks have been dominated by votes on radical nominees and partisan messaging bills. Not the best use of our time. The situation has been so common that I was shocked to hear that Senator Schumer planned to put 2 real bipartisan bills on the floor this week. And I'm appreciative of his willingness to do so. We need to do more of that, not less of it. We all know that the age of social media has created serious safety risks for America's children. We've heard countless stories about the devastating impact social media has on children's mental health. More and more children and teens are dealing with bullying and harassment online. It's no surprise teen depression rates are on the rise, and parents are eager for something to change. So this is one of the bright spots of bipartisan cooperation, where Republicans and Democrats have made this issue a priority. We've heard countless hearings across multiple committees to learn about the danger that kids face online, as well as big tech's failures to keep our children safe. Senators have authored a number of bipartisan bills to keep kids safe, and we've been clamoring for a long time for the Majority Leader to put those bills on the Senate floor. So I'm glad that Senator Schumer has hit the pause button on the partisan show votes, at least for a week, so we can take action on 2 critical bills to address this crisis. The first is a Kids Online Safety Act, introduced by Senators Blumenthal and Blackburn. It provides children and parents tools and safeguards they need to keep safe online. It includes keeping harmful content about suicide, eating disorders, and substance abuse out of children's algorithms. More than 2/3 of the Senate has co-sponsored this bill, and I'm proud to be one of them. We're also expected to vote on the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, introduced by Senators Markey and Cassidy. This bill prohibits internet companies from collecting personal information from the youngest users and establishes better safeguards to protect children's privacy. In short, it does what big tech has failed to do. It prevents big tech from tracking and targeting kids with the most addictive content possible. These are complex issues, and I want to commend my colleagues, Senators Blackburn and Cassidy, for their work in this area. They managed to draft legislation that balances the First Amendment rights of online users with the safety of our children. These bills are on the verge of passing the Senate, and that would not be the case without their dedication and tireless efforts. Again, I'm proud to co-sponsor these bills, and I'm glad the Senate will finally vote on them this week. They will make critical advancements to keep kids safe from the dangers lurking online and finally provide parents across the country with a little peace of mind. It's great the Senate is finally doing some productive work for a change, but it's embarrassing that it's taken this long to put this legislation on the floor, which only the majority leader can do. He sets the schedule. Once it passes, we hardly have time, though, to celebrate because of the mountain of bills we need to advance before the end of September. The NDAA, the Defense Authorization Act, 12 appropriations bills, the Farm Bill, all of those are designed or need to be dealt with by the end of September. But to state the obvious, this was entirely avoidable, this crunch time. Again, Election Day is 104 days away, and in my book, it can't come soon enough. The past 3.5 years have brought us one crisis after another under the current administration, most notably at the border. We need new leadership, and I'm eager for the American people to make their voices heard at the ballot box in just a few months. Until then, we have a lot of work to do. I just hope the majority leader will give us the opportunity to do it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 or 3 times lately, I've been coming to the floor to have a conversation with my colleagues on the subject of national security. Remember, all of us, that wars are being waged right now in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and I presume elsewhere on this globe. We have uncertainty and unrest looming on the horizon in the South China Sea and the Horn of Africa. There are also serious national security concerns right here in the United States have come to America without our permission. Modern history, Winston Churchill sowed the seeds for the idea of NATO. He did this in the aftermath of the failed League of Nations. He delivered his speech in Fulton, Missouri. As he said in a quote, "A force for action and not merely a frothing of words," end of Churchill's quote, for peace that actually worked. No European NATO member was invaded post-World War II because of NATO. By contrast, the nations that want to be very aggressive turned during the Cold War, particularly the Soviet Union, to instigate conflicts in Asia of wisdom, then stand the test of time. I'd like to further quote Churchill, symbolizing victory over that Russian former President Vladimir Putin, remember, a former KGB officer, Putin wants to resurrect the Soviet Empire from the ash heap of history. And you can consider Russia's recent timeline for this aggression. 2008, Russia invaded the Republic of Georgia. In 2014, Moscow annexed Ukraine's Crimea Peninsula and occupied parts of eastern Ukraine. And then 3 years ago, Putin launched what we now know as a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Appeasement was a key ingredient in Putin's recipe for Russian expansion. Let's not forget that Russia marked NATO's 75th anniversary, celebrated here in Washington, D.C. At that time, he launched 40 missiles into Russia, or into Ukraine, of innocent civilians. So Putin very much has hitched his horse by getting supplies for his war effort. The 21st century Axis, just as dangerous for us now as that other Axis was dangerous and brought great conflict during World War II. With global conflict and terrorist threats in mind, history must inform our NATO instrument of peace. A weakened U.S. military is for sure an invitation for our foreign adversaries to keep pushing the envelope. Now make known the United States as a leader of the free world. Now, we didn't seek that title, being leader of the free world, but we learned the hard way that allowing dictators to get away with aggression eventually threatens American freedom. The core responsibility of the federal government is national security, and that fundamental responsibility begins and ends with a strong national defense. An impenetrable security, energy security, infrastructure security, and cyber security. In a nutshell, the U.S. Armed Forces are the nucleus for peace and prosperity at home and abroad. So, when the Senate takes up the must-pass National Defense Authorization Bill and the Defense Appropriations Bill, I urge my colleagues to invest in America for generations to come. First, we must enhance pay and benefits for members of the military and their families. Next, we must restock America's arsenal and boost our military preparedness. In recent decades, Washington has allowed our armed forces to lose its wartime footing. When we lose our footing on any one of those rungs, know that our enemies are circling the waters to take us down a notch. My colleagues from my Armed Services Committee, I reviewed his plan that outlines where the United States military most needs of defense dollars, global threats to our national security. Senator Wicker's blueprint would put us back on the right path to secure peace through strength. The plan estimates that many of our European NATO allies have been dramatically increasing defense expenditures because they see how dangerous the world has become. Another key NATO metric is the percentage of defense funds going towards equipment. In other words, war-fighting capability. The United States is in the bottom of the pack among our NATO allies on this very score. It's no coincidence that the United States became the leader of the free world by leveraging its commitment to peace around the world through unassailable military power. In the first quarter of the 21st century, and a key period in history, America bury our heads in the sand when China's spending on defense is on a pace to match our own country. And that's according to estimates from our intelligence community. Now, to be superpower, China leveraging education system, China manipulating data on TikTok, China deploying debt trap diplomacy, and finally, China unleashing military exercises in the Taiwan Straits and even close to Alaska at the Bering Sea. We can't afford to ignore what is really obvious: a diminished military, troops very much in harm's way. Today, I call upon my colleagues here in the Congress to stand shoulder to shoulder to meet this moment. In fact, we have a responsibility to do so on behalf of a long-term responsibility. So, as Senator Wicker's report details, we must modernize U.S. nuclear programs, revive homeland defense sites, bolster U.S. Air Force and U.S. Space Force, bring Cyber Command up to speed, and provide our service members better training, technology, and modernized munitions to fulfill their mission. In closing, I'll finish with 3 messages. First, we can avoid war by anticipating war. Second, preparing for war does not mean writing a blank check to the Pentagon. You can be sure that I'll continue my oversight work to get into a false sense of security about our 21st century. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Indiana.
are we in a quorum call?
I believe we are.
Could we vitiate it, please?
Without objection.
And would like unanimous consent to complete my remarks.
Without objection.
Rise today with great pride to honor the Fighting Irish. This May, the University of Notre Dame's men's lacrosse team won the 2024 NCAA Division I title with a resounding victory over the Maryland Terrapins. Final score was 15-5. This year's victory marked the second national lacrosse title for the Fighting Irish. It was also a consecutive national championship, very hard to do in this day and age in the competitive arena of college sports. The Fighting Irish is the first team since 19 and 2021 to win those back-to-back men's lacrosse national championships, and only the 8th team in Division I history to accomplish the feat. I'd like to personally congratulate Notre Dame's men's lacrosse team for claiming the 2024 title. It's a university that's distinguished itself in so many ways over the years. Blessed to be in my home state. Very proud of them across the board. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-Res 768, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 768, congratulating the Fighting Irish of the University of Notre Dame's men's lacrosse team and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 3 p.m.
The Senate will come to order.
Madam President,
The senior senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent that Aaron Moss and Allison Carter, fellows in my office, be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress.
Without objection.
Madam President, I come to the floor today to again voice my strong support for the nominations of Adam Landy and Kashi Wei to serve as judges of the United States Tax Court. The Senate will be voting on their nominations soon. Mr. Wei's in just a few minutes, and I believe Mr. Landy's later this afternoon. Madam President, the U.S. Tax Court is the judicial backbone of the federal tax code. Americans rely on the tax court to dispute tax bills before they need to pay them. It's key to making sure taxpayers are heard in a timely manner, an essential way to protect fairness in our tax system. The nominees for these positions have the right experience and the qualifications for the job. Adam Landy has served as a special trial judge on the tax court since 2021. He also has several years of experience at the Office of the IRS Chief Counsel in Baltimore, San Francisco, and in the private sector. Kashi Wei is a senior legislative counsel with the Joint Committee on Taxation staff. During his 18 years at the Joint Committee, Mr. Wei has had a that has really gotten any traction in the Congress, as well as a host of other tax bills. This committee and our staff will be sorry to lose Mr. Wei on the Joint Committee, but he is, in my view, going to make an excellent tax court judge. These two tax court nominees have experience in both the public and private sector. Their broad experience will be invaluable to take on the role as tax court judges. I'd also like to reiterate my strong support for the nomination of Rose Jenkins to serve on the tax court. She's a qualified nominee and will make an excellent judge. I'll be working with my colleagues to ensure we can bring her nomination to the floor for a final confirmation vote as soon as possible so she can get to work for the American people. And Madam President, let me just close by way of saying I think it is particularly important. I see a number of my colleagues on the Finance Committee here that we continue to work in a bipartisan way on this, and that we make this experience more bearable and more understandable for the citizens who are part of it. And I think these nominees will help to do that. So I close by saying, in my view, there's no question that these nominees are highly qualified for the roles that they are nominated to fill. We have worked on these in a bipartisan way. I support each of them, and when the Senate votes on their nominations, I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield the floor. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the scheduled vote occur immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 701, Kashi Wei of Maryland, to be a judge of the United States Tax Court, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kashi Wei of Maryland to be a... The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Braun, Brown, Budd, Cantwell, Capito, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Crapo, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Johnson, Kelly, Klobuchar, Langford, Lummis, Manchin, Murkowski, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rounds, Smith, Stabenow, Thune, Tillis, Warner, Young. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Ernst, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Marshall, Scott of Florida, Tuberville.
Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. No. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Ms. Cinema, Ms. Cinema. Aye. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch. Aye. Yeah. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Rono, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 77, the nays are 17, and the motion is agreed to. Senator from West Virginia.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Earlier today, members of Congress had the distinct honor of hearing from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel. He's a leader of one of our most steadfast allies in an unprecedented time of strife for his country. Prime Minister Netanyahu's message to Congress today was a snapshot into the reality that his nation is facing and what they have experienced since the morning of October the 7th. He spoke to the urgency of bringing our hostages home and received standing ovation for that. The courage and bravery of his Israeli forces and citizens and received a standing ovation for that. And his vision to bring peace, prosperity, and security to the Middle East. Again, standing room only. Israel is a country at war, and as the only democracy in the Middle East and a friend of freedom, Israel deserves the unwavering support of these United States. That is why it is incredibly disheartening to see many of our Democrat colleagues were absolutely absent from the address, especially the Vice President. Her absence unleashed a completely unnecessary discussion about who would join the Speaker to preside over the joint address. For a time, her seat behind the podium was just simply up for grabs, and I extend my thanks to my colleague from Maryland, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, for welcoming Prime Minister Netanyahu on behalf of the Senate, and that was Senator Ben Cardin. But unfortunately, the public debate over the Vice President's absence is not the message that we should be sending to the world. It seems some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have forgotten that 291 days ago, on October the 7th, 2023, Israel was the victim of an unprovoked terrorist attack. The attacking force, Hamas, killed 1,200 innocent Israelis, committed unspeakable acts of sexual violence, and took men and women and children as hostages. They also took Holocaust survivors. They even took an infant under 1 year old. And Prime Minister Netanyahu mentioned that infant earlier today. That poor child, that poor baby, has now spent more of his life in Hamas captivity than in freedom. To this day, nearly 10 months later, hostages still remain in captivity, including American citizens, and they're being used as human shields at the same time. I was incredibly moved to see some of the hostages and their families represented in the House chamber today. Hamas has proven itself to be a violent terrorist organization that continues to hide underneath schools and hospitals and intentionally putting civilians in harm's way. They have publicly called for the attacks of October the 7th to be repeated again and again and again. The bottom line is this: Hamas has made it clear it has no interest in seriously negotiating a ceasefire, and they would rather engage in barbaric and honestly cowardly acts of terror, joining forces with terrorist organizations like Hezbollah and the Houthis, who continue their bombardment in bombarding Israel in every single direction. Just last week, Hezbollah fired 65 rockets into Israel. The Houthis conducted a deadly drone attack on Israel's soil, and as well as a ballistic missile that was thankfully intercepted by Israel's air defense. It is clear that Israel needs our support now more than ever. It's important that we take this moment to reflect on the long-standing ties that bind our country to Israel. The United States was the very first country to recognize the State of Israel. They have been our most stable and longest partner and ally in the Middle East. They've stood beside us in our nation when we faced unprovoked acts of terror on our own soil. They have joined with us to develop ties with their neighbors through the Abraham Accords, and they've been an essential ally in our efforts to dismantle Iran's nuclear program. This is a level of historic partnership that cannot be forgotten. Yet far too many in our country are willing to abandon our relationship with Israel, starting with this administration. Israel is in a fight for their survival against a terrorist organization that is not bound by laws. We know what it's like to be attacked in our country, but we don't know what it's like to be geographically surrounded by our worst enemies. Standing with Israel should not be an issue that divides us, but rather one that unites us in defense of our longtime ally and friend. It is vital that the American public and my Democrat colleagues who missed the Prime Minister's speech today acknowledge the differences between Israel and Hamas. Israel is a bastion of freedom and democracy in the Middle East, who is engaged in a war they did not start by an organization whose only goal is to destroy Israel. In keeping with their stated goal, Hamas has unleashed horrific, illegal, and unthinkable acts of violence on people simply because they are Jewish or Israeli. Hamas and their allies have made commanding use of the information space to sway public opinion here in our country, in the United States, in an attempt to make it appear that Israel is the aggressor in this conflict. My Republican colleagues, including those joining me here in these speeches today, know that that claim is far from the truth. As the Prime Minister mentioned today, misinformation has long been used to target Israel and the Jewish people. And we have seen it lead to chaos on our college campuses and acts of aggression of anti-Semitism I never thought I would see. We have protesters waving Hamas, Houthi, and Hezbollah flags on streets right here in the United States, including today, surrounding the Capitol. At Union Station, they are burning the American flag. And after those protesters were publicly applauded, and will be the ones today, will be publicly applauded by the supreme leader of Iran, we now know that Iran is working behind the scenes to fan the flames of these protests. We need to be honest with ourselves about what each side of this conflict wants. The actions of Hamas are indefensible, and protesters conveniently forget that there was a ceasefire in place on the morning of October the 7th. I would say to these protesters, if the Iranian supreme leader thinks that you're on the right side of history, that's a pretty clear sign that you are not. The reality is this: both Israelis and Americans want the fighting to end. For that to happen, both sides of the conflict need to agree to stop. That means Israel, but it also means Hamas. And right now, we are missing that signal from Hamas. As the Prime Minister mentioned in his speech today, Hamas could end this right now. Hamas must surrender, and Hamas must return the hostages. Now more than ever, our nation must reject terrorism and stand with our ally, Israel. While the White House has left our relationship in limbo, Republicans will not let it falter. We'll continue to push for true American leadership on the world stage, that keeps our promises to our friends in their time of need, that strikes fear in our adversaries and those who wish to do our allies harm, and that returns the moral clarity that is deeply needed in moments like this. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
I ask unanimous consent that Pippa Millstone, an intern in my office, be granted floor privileges until August 2nd, 2024.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I rise today in support of America's great ally, Israel. Israel is more than an ally. She represents the hope in the Middle East, hope for the world. I actually visited Israel 2 weeks after October 7th. After that attack, visiting with a bipartisan delegation, not only to Israel, but throughout the Middle East. Remember that Israel was created after the Holocaust so that the Jewish people would never have to hide again. This is something that former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Ron Dermer, talked to us about during our visit. A colleague of mine shared that his daughter asked him right after 9/11, "Are we safe?" The truth is that October 7th was similar to our 9/11. However, there's also a large difference. On October 8th, Israel knew exactly who the perpetrator was. They knew exactly where they were. They were just miles away, their neighbor. It's like if we woke up on September 12th, 2001, and we had the terrorist who had masterminded the attacks of 9/11 living next door in Brooklyn. Additionally, they said they would come back again and again and again and again until they eradicated the Jewish people and the state of Israel. That's the proximity and the gravity of the threat that Israel faces. It's literally at their doorstep. And bottom line, they can't tell their daughters that they're safe right now. 291 days, over 9 months, have passed now. But we can't forget what happened on October 7th. Make no mistake, what Hamas did was pure evil. They murdered entire families, beheaded babies, dragged grandparents, some Holocaust survivors, from their wheelchairs to a brutal death. They raped women. They took mothers and daughters hostages after slaughtering their fathers and brothers. They held innocent people hostage and used them as human shields. As I think about this as a mom, I can't imagine the agony that parents are going through, knowing that their children, their loved ones, are being held hostage and used as human shields. I think about the moment when they talk about parents being murdered in front of their children, children being murdered in front of their parents. How could anyone be so evil? There is no doubt that never again is now, and not just overseas. Unfortunately, here at home. Look no further than the disgusting pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic protests that have taken place on college campuses, in cities across our nation, and today in our nation's capital. Today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came before Congress and asked us to do what we have promised, to stand behind Israel, to stand behind the Jewish people. America cannot be a country of broken promises. We cannot let our allies down. We cannot be viewed as a country that is weak and unreliable around the world. We must stand strongly with Israel and show her support, not just in normal times, but when she needs us the most. Israel has more than a right to defend herself. She has an obligation. She has an obligation to freedom-loving people around the world, as a beacon of democracy in the Middle East, and to the very people that she serves. Israel must ensure that this never happens again. America can and must help Israel fulfill that mission, help to bring every single hostage home, and help to bring about sustainable peace and more prosperity there in the Middle East. Remember, Hamas doesn't just want to destroy peace in the Middle East. They want to destroy Israel and wipe the Jewish people off the face of the planet. We also have to remember who funds and fuels Hamas. It is time to use every tool in our toolbox to dry up Iran financially. We've done it before under the Trump administration, and I know we can do it again. This isn't complicated. The more money that Iran has, they use it for nuclear proliferation, and they use it to fund terrorism. They fund Hamas in Gaza, they fund the Houthis in Yemen, and they fund Hezbollah in Lebanon. We know what that means for Israel, and frankly, we know what that means for America. It is past time to reestablish credibility in America and its deterrence. We will only achieve peace through strength. And that means giving Israel everything she needs to permanently end the threat of Hamas. As I listened to Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech today, I was in awe of the Israeli people's courage. The courage to fight for democracy. The courage to secure peace in the Middle East. And the courage to fight for their very existence. Congress is behind Israel. Alabama, the first state in America to call for the establishment of the Jewish state, stands behind Israel. And the United States of America is behind Israel. As a Christian, as an American, as an Alabamian, I firmly support Israel, and I'm incredibly proud to do so. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to join my colleague from Alabama and other colleagues and outline the importance of maintaining and continuing to strengthen our nation's support for our essential ally in the Middle East, Israel. The United States-Israel partnership is vital for Israel. It's vital for the United States. It's vital for security in the world. It is vital in this global fight against terror. Israel needs our help. It needs our help to fend off numerous attacks from Iran and its proxies. And I'm proud of the contributions our armed forces have made in helping defend Israel from a wide variety of drone and missile attacks. The skill of our committed airmen, airmen and women, soldiers, sailors, Marines, special forces, their skill, unbelievable. Their bravery, courage under fire, the technology that we have utilized, just incredible. And the things that they've been able to do in terms of helping Israel, and it's just beyond belief. And so we commend all of them, but we need to continue. We need to continue. We need to help Israel defeat Hamas. And we can't relent until that's done. This is not a one-way partnership. This is not just the United States supporting our ally Israel. Israel is really the tip of the spear. Israel plays a vital role in standing against terror and deterring Iranian aggression across the Middle East. When you look at Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and other groups, these are terrorists that are financed, trained, sponsored, and directed by Iran. We need to recognize that. We need to take a tough stance on sanctions and other measures against Iran and recognize that these proxies for Iran are conducting its missives, its directions. We are deeply appreciative of Israel's efforts to push back on Iran, on the Houthis, on terrorists, and all those who seek to destabilize not only the Middle East region, but across the world. As we've heard Prime Minister Netanyahu say many times of these extremists, if they're not stopped in the Middle East, they will set their sights on America. And they will, and they have, and they will continue to do so. Our partnership with Israel is based on our shared values and our shared commitment to freedom. Without that partnership, terrorists, extremists, and authoritarians would run rampant across the Middle East and other parts of the world, threatening the global economy and positioning themselves to threaten the United States directly. And so the peace and stability we seek in the Middle East will come as the result of a strong U.S.-Israel partnership, and that is emblematic of the type of relationships that we must have with our allies. We must stand with our allies and stand up against our adversaries. And standing with our allies means not second-guessing them. For example, when Israel is conducting this war, they know how to defeat Hamas, and we need to help them do it, not second-guess how they are doing it. That is why it is so important that we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu in person today. We needed to hear directly from him about exactly what is going on as Israel prosecutes this war and the support that they need to be successful in defeating Hamas. And now we need to move in a bipartisan fashion to continue to strengthen that relationship. There's really no time to lose. Iran's time to a nuclear breakout is down to a very short period. We need to stand together and prevent Iran from developing and potentially deploying a nuclear weapon. Hamas remains a dangerous terrorist organization. Hezbollah presents a growing threat in northern Israel. The Houthis, backed by Iran, pose a threat to Israel and the wider region, in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, attacking shipping from many different countries. So it's essential that we make sure that Israel has the military assistance required to stand against these threats. Again, they are the tip of the spear. They are doing the fighting, and we need to help them. We need to offer all the support we can in every form, and we must oppose anti-Semitism in all its forms and wherever we find it. I want to express my appreciation for Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit and for his remarks to our joint session of Congress today. I thought it was an incredibly powerful and moving speech, and one that not only the senators and the members of Congress needed to hear, but all Americans needed to hear. And I hope that we can respond to our shared values, our shared commitment to freedom, liberty, and democracy. Standing with Israel is good for the United States. It is good for the region. It is good for the world. With that, Madam President, I thank you and I yield the floor.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Madam President. This afternoon, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in his remarks to a joint session of Congress, reiterated to Congress, to us, the Senate, to the American people, and really to the world, his determination to defend his country from terrorists supported by Iran who seek the elimination of the Jewish state of Israel. The United States must continue to provide Israel with crucial military and diplomatic support to make certain the dangers Israel faces can be deterred and that, if possible, they are defeated those efforts to terrorize Israel. The horrific attack by Hamas 9 months ago remains vivid in our thoughts. A few weeks after that attack, I was in Israel to visit with the Prime Minister, to hear firsthand the circumstances that Israel and its citizens faced. In addition to those killed, the widespread instances of sexual assault and taking hostage of elderly and infants, under these circumstances, no person of conscience can fail to understand the desire to eliminate Hamas as a threat to the people of Israel. Our continued assistance to Israel is in our own national interest because the threats our friends face are also threats faced by the United States. This conflict may seem distant from our shores, but make no mistake that those who seek Israel's destruction aspire to harm American citizens wherever they may be, including here at home. 12 Americans were taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th, and 8 still remain held in captivity. Many hostages have died in captivity these last 9 months, making it imperative that Hamas immediately free our citizens. Hezbollah continues to menace Israel on the northern border, with fire being exchanged daily, forcing the evacuation of thousands of Israelis. With more than 100,000 rockets aimed at Israel, Hezbollah, like Hamas, is a direct threat to American citizens living there. It's true there, and it's true beyond Israel. The intelligence community's worldwide threat assessment released this year found that Hezbollah, quote, maintains the capability to target U.S. persons and interests in the region, worldwide, and to a lesser extent in the United States. That assessment warns that group will, quote, continue to develop its global terrorist capabilities. Our government, the United States of America, must commit alongside our allies and our partners to degrade Hezbollah's capabilities as a matter of international security. We saw as recently as last Friday's drone strike on a Tel Aviv apartment building, the Houthis in Yemen also pose a significant regional threat. Their slogan, of course, includes death to America, death to Israel. Their capabilities are expanding and have disrupted shipping through the Red Sea by launching attacks on cargo vessels. In response, the United States Navy has worked the last 8 months to reestablish freedom of navigation. All these attacks, these 3 groups, what they have in common is that with their varying ideologies is the support that's provided to them by Iran. It's financial aid, it's weapons, it's training. Iran sustains these groups at the expense of our friends in the region and at the expense of our own security and well-being. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, I stood on this Senate floor. I stood here in the Senate and called on President Biden to enforce the bipartisan sanctions Congress had passed to choke off the resources Tehran uses to fund its activities. The regime has plotted terrorist attacks on our soil and threatens to assassinate former President Trump, along with other officials from his administration. With its nuclear program now only weeks away from producing nuclear weapons, Iran is all the more imperative to take measures authorized by Congress. Israel's existence is non-negotiable, and our shared adversaries must not doubt the resolution of American support. That is one reason why I view it as critical to pass the National Security Supplemental earlier this year, which provided Israel with $26 billion to bolster its military. Standing with Israel goes beyond a one-off piece of legislation. And I would remind my colleagues that we have begun the appropriations process here in the United States Senate, and each year, and I will continue this year, to advocate for military assistance that strengthens Israel's ability to defend itself. As the committee begins to mark up 12 bills for the next fiscal year, I remind my colleagues it's important we quickly advance our appropriation legislation because of what is at stake for our nation and for our allies and for those who support our friends. Support for Israel goes beyond Israel's security. That's an important goal in and of itself. But I remind my colleagues that support for Israel is support for the United States of America. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes each prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Senators Wicker, Barrasso, and Ricketts.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We stand here today having had the opportunity in a joint session of Congress to hear one of the most powerful and profound and significant addresses that has ever been made to a joint session of Congress. We have a few people listening in right now. I notice we have a number of our pages on the floor. Madam President, I'm glad that our young people, our rising seniors in high school who work for us, were able to be there and to be here in Washington in this Capitol and see and listen to this magnificent speech today by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, our steadfast ally, the only democracy in that section of the world. And I will say, I doubt if we will very often see remarks that were as powerful and as important. Israel has been our steadfast ally for over 7 decades. It was a Democratic president, Harry Truman, post-war, that put his administration behind the recognition of the Jewish state in Palestine as Israel, and we became one of the earliest countries to recognize Israel. That has stood for over 7 decades. The recognition by the United States on a bipartisan basis has recognized an important fact that the Jewish people are certainly not colonialists in the Holy Land. The place where Israel exists now is the place where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Esau were born and lived in the era 5,000 years ago. To say that the Jewish people are colonialists in Israel is the big lie. The big lie is something that our enemies have used down through the years. You say something so unbelievable and so unimaginable that you say it long enough and people will start to believe it. The Jewish people are no colonialists in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is their ancestral home, and they deserve, the world's Jewish people deserve a Jewish state so they can avoid the centuries of discrimination and anti-Semitism that they have endured over time. The Jewish people, as I say, the Israeli people, which includes, of course, people that are not Jewish by heritage, have had the only democracy in the area for the longest time, and they've been surrounded by people who want nothing less than the destruction of Israel. And they don't make any bones about it. Support in this Congress, support in the United States for Israel, Madam President, has for these 7 decades always been bipartisan. And it breaks my heart And I think it should come as a shock to all Americans that bipartisan support seems to be fracturing on the other side of the aisle among my Democratic colleagues. It is a shame that the Vice President of this country, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, declined to fulfill her duties to preside over the session. She found an excuse in another state to be at a meeting that could easily have been rescheduled. It's a shame that our Vice President, that the future nominee of her party for President of the United States, would make that statement that she was unwilling to preside over a joint meeting addressed by the Prime Minister of Israel. The President pro tempore of the United States Senate refused to attend. Many members of this body on the Democratic side of the aisle, many members of the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives boycotted this speech by our steadfast ally of 70 years or more. I noticed when the Prime Minister of Israel came down through the center aisle there in the House of Representatives, shaking hands on both sides, and he rounded the corner, Madam President, and the majority leader of this body, the senior senator from New York, Senator Schumer, declined to extend his hand to the Prime Minister of this, our steadfast ally. We also need to remember, as my colleagues have stated already, that in the region where Israel is the only democratic government in the Middle East, exists the Islamic Republic of Iran. They are a sworn enemy of Israel, and they're a sworn enemy of the United States of America. Death to America is what they say. And they want to start with death to America by pronouncing death to Israel. More than that, they have proxies, at least 3 proxies that we've been talking about recently. The Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah to the north of Israel, and Hamas, the terrorist group that perpetrated the October slaughter on the people near Gaza. Hamas has one reason to exist, one stated, admitted reason, and one reason only: the complete destruction of Israel. And they demonstrated their ruthlessness on October 7th. Rapes, beheadings, babies being burned, unspeakable acts of violence. And Prime Minister Netanyahu was correct to point out that people protesting outside this building on behalf of Hamas should be ashamed of themselves in protesting on behalf of a group that was so violent. Madam President, Hamas uses civilians as human shields. That is a violation of international law. By contrast, contrary to what people have been told in the press, Israel is doing the best job that any combatant has ever done in protecting civilians while trying to root out terrorist groups. I am calling on people on both sides of the aisle, in conclusion, to return to our bipartisan support of the right of a people to exist somewhere and to have one place on the face of the earth where they know they could be safe in their own beliefs, in their own population, and for the first time in centuries and millennia, to be safe and have their own homeland. So I congratulate the Prime Minister of Israel. I congratulate the members of Congress who received him well, and I invite my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to remember the importance of bipartisan support for Israel. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the privileges of the floor be granted to the following interns in my office, Paul Bear and Harper Katz, during the pendency of this month of July.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, just delivered a historic speech to Congress. This is the fourth time the Prime Minister has spoken to the United States Congress, more than the late Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Winston Churchill. Like Prime Minister Churchill, Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke of a battle between freedom and evil. He shared with us welcome news, and that news is that freedom is winning. Israel's committed to bringing home the hostages, to protecting its citizens from the atrocities that occurred on an October 7th attack. Meanwhile, the Hamas terrorist network is under more pressure than ever. Half of its senior leadership is dead. Its military chief has likely been eliminated. Remember, Hamas is a terrorist group. It governs through fear and through violence. Hamas violently rejects the right of Israel to exist and the right of the Jewish people to live in Israel. Hamas hides behind civilians. It uses them as human shields. Hamas stores its weapons, its military weapons designed to kill, in hospitals, in schools, and in homes. It has stolen billions of dollars of humanitarian aid to build its terrorist tunnel all around the area of the Gaza Strip. This is the same tunnel network where for 9 months and counting, 116 hostages, including 8 American hostages, being held by Hamas terrorists. I stand firmly with Israel as Israel fights to finish the war and defeat Hamas. Sadly, supporting Israel has grown more divisive in this country than I've ever seen it before. Today, Democrats are abandoning our greatest ally in the Middle East. They're calling to put conditions on aid to Israel. The Biden-Harris administration has delayed the delivery of war-winning weapons. The Senate Democrat leader meddled in Israel politics. He proclaimed in no uncertain terms on the floor of this very body that Prime Minister Netanyahu should step down. The senior senator from Vermont went even further. Last month, he declared that Prime Minister Netanyahu is a war criminal. Madam President, that accusation is disturbing, it's damaging, and is dishonest. If it weren't bad enough, Vice President Harris skipped the Prime Minister's speech entirely. The Vice President typically presides over joint sessions of Congress. With her snub to Israel, Vice President Harris is leading the Democrats' Bibi boycott. Catering to the pro-Hamas wing of the Democrat Party is not serious leadership, not at all. The Vice President now wants to be Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America, yet she refuses to put politics aside and work with our indispensable ally. Her actions send a defeatist message to our enemies and a defeatist message to our allies alike. Madam President, this is a time when it is so critical for us to restore confidence in America. Here's what we need to do and how to do it. We do it through peace through strength, with strong, steady, and serious support for Israel and for Israel's right to exist. What is the approach of President Biden today? What is the approach of Vice President Harris? And what is the approach of the Senate Democrats, members of this body? Is it continued to appease our adversaries and at the same time abandon our friends? This is a dangerous world, Madam President. It is more dangerous under the failed policies of the Biden-Harris administration. America cannot continue down Democrats' path of war and weakness. Keeping America safe requires America and Israel working together. We heard that today in the joint session of Congress. Republicans believe in Israel's mission to defeat Hamas. We understand fully what is at stake, and our support is firm. Madam President, we must unite and bring back peace through strength. Now more than ever, the American people need to stand with Israel, and I'm one of those people that will continue to stand with Israel. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Nebraska.
I ask unanimous consent that the following interns in my office be granted floor privileges until July 26, 2024. Esme Vroom, Preston Kodak, Turner Vaughn, and Caitlin Hagstrom.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Israel is our strongest and closest ally in the Middle East. It is in our mutual interest to provide Israel the support they need to be able to destroy the terrorist group Hamas and secure the release of the remaining hostages. I am committed to doing that. My colleagues joining me today are committed to doing that. And yet the Biden-Harris administration has repeatedly appeased the radical pro-Hamas elements of their base. In fact, President Biden had to be pressured to put a meeting on the calendar with the Prime Minister. That should have been a no-brainer. Vice President Kamala Harris, whose only constitutional duty is to preside over the Senate, didn't even attend today's speech. She has one job, and I understand that being the presumptive nominee is new, but she does have a day job here. Instead, she chose a petty snub of our closest ally in the Middle East and a democratically elected leader. This is not how America should treat its allies. Sadly, this is one part of a larger pattern. The Biden-Harris administration has consistently undermined Israel's democratically elected government. After taking office, this administration gave $730 million to UNRWA, an organization that has been described as essentially being a branch of Hamas. President Trump had ended their U.S. taxpayer funding. President Biden and Vice President Harris brought it back. Their actions caused American taxpayer dollars to directly support Hamas terrorists in their attacks on our ally and our citizens. At least 12 UNRWA employees, funded in part by Biden and Harris, directly participated in the barbaric terror attack on October 7th. Over 100 UNRWA employees have ties to Hamas or other Islamic Jihad entities. Over 1,200 Israelis were killed, including nearly 24 American citizens. Many were taken hostages. 8 Americans are still being held hostage today, somewhere in Gaza, 291 days after October 7th. We need to stand with Israel until Israel completes its mission to free the hostages, bring justice to the terrorists, and restore peace. That's the best solution for the Israelis. That's the best solution for the Gazans. That's the best solution, period. The Biden-Harris administration has also pressured Israel towards a ceasefire with the same barbaric Hamas terrorists that want to kill Jews and have pledged to continue to perpetrate atrocities like October 7th. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris have repeatedly withheld or delayed critical shipments of weapons needed to destroy Hamas. They've attacked the legitimacy of Israel's democratically elected leader. So much for Ironclad. Americans stand with Israel. My colleagues and I stand with Israel. We're proud to stand with Israel. The Biden-Harris administration should do the same. Thank you to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his comments earlier today. They reminded us why it is so important that Israel is successful in destroying Hamas. They'll be doing the world and civilization a favor in doing so. Thank you to my colleagues for joining me today on the floor. And thank you, Madam President.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 702, Adam B. Landy of South Carolina, to be a judge of the United States Tax Court, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Adam B. Landy of South Carolina to be a judge of the United States Tax Court shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Cassidy, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Daines, Durbin, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Heinrich, Johnson, Langford, Manchin, Mullen, Paul, Peters, Ricketts, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Tillis, Whitehouse, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Haggerty, Schmidt. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Stabenow? Aye. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman? Aye.
John Boise. Then if we change the mode,
Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds? Aye. Ms. Lummis? Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey? Aye.
will they even call?
Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Rono, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye.
The yeas are 85, the nays are 12. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, United States Tax Court, Adam B. Landy of South Carolina to be a judge.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 551, Margaret L. Taylor of Maryland, to be legal advisor of the Department of State, signed by 17 senators.
Senator from Idaho.
For up to 5 minutes, equally divided between myself and Senator Cardin prior to the roll call vote.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Who?
The Senate will come to order.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
I rise in opposition to the nomination of Margaret Taylor to be legal advisor of the Department of State. While serving as general counsel at USAID, some USAID contractors and partners repeatedly promoted abortion overseas in violation of clear United States law. The legal office is responsible for interpreting how, when, and where U.S. laws are applied across the full range of U.S. diplomatic engagement and foreign assistance programs. Given her negligence in applying longstanding, clear-cut laws restricting abortion advocacy at USAID and the lack of enforcement thereof, I have zero confidence in her willingness and ability to manage this enormous responsibility of the Department of State. In addition to these concerns, I have an even additional reason for that, and that is the fact that the State Department refuses to share the information about Rob Malley's suspended security clearance. Mr. Malley was U.S. Special Envoy to Iran and is engaged in back-channel talks with the regime. Last April, his security clearance was suspended, and without explanation, for over a year now, I and Democrats have asked for information on the suspension. Can the department confirm Mr. Malley mishandled classified information by storing secret documents in his personal email? Did he send this information to anyone before he was allegedly hacked and information stolen? Why hasn't the Department of Justice charged him? I get no answers to these, neither do the Democrats. The State Department admits they have this information but refuse to give it to us. In light of all the above, I cannot support and will not vote for Ms. Taylor's nomination and encourage my colleagues to do likewise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senators will take their conversations off the floor. Senator from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. President, first, I've got to acknowledge that I am not objective when it comes to Margaret Taylor, since I've had a chance to work with her. When I was ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, she was the legal counsel for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for the Democrats. She was well respected in the legal advice that she gave us, both to the Republicans and Democrats, and well respected by all members of our committee. She is an outstanding public servant and is desperately needed to have a confirmed position for legal counsel in the State Department. And I must tell you, it's no surprise that all of the living former legal advisors from Reagan to Trump, 40 years, Democrats and Republicans, wrote to our committee to strongly endorse her and urge her prompt confirmation. In regards to the 2 points that Senator Risch has raised, one in regards to the interpretation of reproductive rights, she advised full compliance with U.S. law, including related to statutory restrictions on foreign assistance related to reproductive health. It's the same advice that was given by General Counsel to the Trump administration. There was no difference between the two administrations. And the issue concerning Mr. Malley, that issue was 6 months before this nomination was considered. This nomination needs to be confirmed. We need to have a confirmed person in this position. There's been no substantive arguments why she should not be confirmed. She's highly qualified. I urge my colleagues to support the nomination.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Margaret L. Taylor of Maryland to be legal advisor to the Department of State shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Sure. Thanks. Yes? No? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Gotcha. Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
And I'm also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray,
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Brown, Butler, Cardin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Sanders, Shaheen, Sinema, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Moran. Thanks. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, and Rounds. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Okay. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Booker, aye.
Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Janes, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Hassan? Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Hassanai.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 43, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Margaret L. Taylor of Maryland to be legal advisor.
Madam President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, I rise today in support of my bill, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act. If voted into law, this bill would begin the process of delivering long overdue justice to stolen Native children and to their communities. The Indian boarding school system was one of the most devastating federal creations in American history. The scale was truly staggering. For over a century, the United States forced hundreds of thousands of children out of their homes and into over 500 boarding schools. Now, these boarding schools were not unlike prisons. At least 408 schools were federally funded. They were scattered across 37 states, including Alaska and Hawaii. By the 1920s, 83% of school-aged indigenous children were in boarding schools. Imagine 4 out of every 5 Native children taken from their families, some never to be seen again. The process was a waking nightmare. Armed officers were sent onto reservations to rip children as young as 4 from their families. Mothers and fathers who resisted could be severely punished. Once at boarding school, kids were stripped of their heritage. Their hair was cut off, their clothing was burned, and they were given new names. Children who tried to practice even remnants of their native cultures could be starved, whipped, and put in solitary confinement. Many children were farmed out to nearby properties for forced labor. Some were deployed to fight in war. Some were sexually abused. Conditions at the boarding schools were deadly. Dormitories were overcrowded so that diseases spread easily. Documentation shows that hundreds of children died in these schools. It is estimated that the actual number of deaths was in the thousands or possibly even the tens of thousands. So far, 53 mass graves have been uncovered. Some are unmarked. Many children's remains were never returned to their families. The boarding school's motto was, "Kill the Indians and save the man." This approach was part of a larger effort. By isolating children from their families and their cultures, it was possible to break down the fabric of tribal nations and take land more easily. Decision makers calculated that it was, quote, cheaper to educate our wards than to make war on them. Congress funded the majority of these schools, often using funds held in trust accounts that were legally designated for the benefit of tribal nations. Congress paid for the schools and then authorized law enforcement to take Indian children from their homes and their tribes. It now comes to this Congress to do everything we can to begin to heal the damage that this body inflicted. Make no mistake, the harms of the Indian boarding schools lives on today. In my time working on this bill, I've heard countless harrowing stories from survivors and from their families. There isn't an indigenous community in this country that hasn't been affected. Survivors have faced chronic medical issues and psychological trauma. They have struggled to reconnect with their loved ones, their language, and their cultures. We cannot rectify that past until we face it head on. And there is still so much that we don't know about these boarding schools. We don't know how many children died in boarding school custody. We don't know the full spectrum of the violence that occurred. We don't know all of the ways the schools affect survivors and descendants to this day. My bill would establish a Truth and Healing Commission to find those answers. The commission would formally investigate the Indian boarding schools to determine what happened and the lasting impact these schools have on survivors, their families, and their tribal communities. The commission would hold hearings and convenings for victims to speak about their experiences, some for the very first time. The commission would have the authority to use subpoena power to gather witness testimony and to review documentation. The commission would be charged with making recommendations about how the history of the Indian boarding schools should inform federal policy today. It would address how the federal government should acknowledge its role in this systematic attempt to eradicate indigenous cultures and how to take that history into account when developing new federal policies and budgets. One last note. The boarding school policy ended just before 1970. Most of those affected have passed away, but there are remaining survivors in their 60s, 70s, and beyond. Every day that goes by, these survivors grow older, and their chance to tell their stories moves further away. These people have been harmed enough. Their wounds go deep, and they deserve a chance to stand before the United States government and tell their stories in their lifetimes. I urge my colleagues not to delay adoption of this bill. Our actions cannot make up for the harms that Congress inflicted, but by moving now, we can at least offer some token of care to those survivors who offer themselves up as living witnesses of a cruel chapter in American history. Make no mistake, this work will be painful, but it will make us a stronger nation. By telling the truth, we can give communities a better chance to heal, and we can begin to repair the U.S. government's relationship with tribal nations. This bill has broad support. It is bipartisan. It is supported by boarding school survivors, and 32 members of Congress have co-sponsored the bill. One co-sponsor, Senator Klobuchar, was unable to be here tonight, and she asked me to submit a statement from her for the record on her behalf.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I urge my colleagues now to pass this bill. We should delay no longer. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my second session summer interns, Maddie McGowan, Mason Oney, Zayden Shivens, Ben Lassie, Ellen Kennedy, Grayson McGuire, Kara Johnson, Mariana Lowe, Dylan Thompson, Kelsey Kimmel, and my Senate Committee on Indian Affairs intern, Naishi Andrew, for the month of July 2024 in the 118th Congress.
Without objection.
Madam President, I am here today to follow my colleague, Senator Warren, to discuss the legislation that we have been working on together, S-1723. This is the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies. As Senator Warren has just noted, this is legislation that will allow the nation to address a chapter of American history that I think has been overlooked for far too long. This is a dark history, a dark legacy of the Indian boarding school era. From 1819 to 1969, not too terribly long ago, but throughout that period, the U.S. government forcibly removed Native children from their families and their tribes, placing them in boarding schools. These Indian boarding schools, as they came to be called, were not just education institutions, but many were tools to eradicate Native cultures, languages, and traditions to quote, civilize Native American children. And the traumatic effects of these boarding schools are still being felt by their survivors. Not only by their survivors, but by their children, and really by their communities as well. And I've heard from some of those survivors that are still with us that the act of sharing, being able to tell the truth about their experiences, can help contribute to healing. But it takes courage, it takes extraordinary courage, and I've heard that. Fred John Jr., who is the son of Katie John and Fred John Sr., attended the Wrangell Institute in Alaska. He was assigned the number 77. He was not referred to as Fred John Jr. He was number 77. In 2018, he wrote that following his time at the boarding school, he still carried the pains and scars from his time at the Institute. He never talked about it until his children gave him the strength and the encouragement to do so. General Pratt, who opened the Carlisle Institute School, established what he called a, quote, rapid coercive assimilation process in these schools. And the goal there was to separate Native children from their tribes, from their language, and from their ways, so that they might never want to return home. The stated purpose of the policy at that time was to, quote, kill the Indian to save the man. Again, a dark, dark legacy. So our committee report details this history. However, to hear just some memories of how these policies were implemented really is devastating. Fred John Jr. describes seeing a group of kids arriving from Anaktuvuk Pass. This is a small Native community at the gates of the Arctic, very far into the interior of the state, very far, 1,000 miles away from the Wrangell Institute down in southeastern. But Fred John Jr. remembered the fur parkas that they were wearing. He remembered their caribou pants. These were kids who came from a part of the state where caribou was that primary food source. And he remembered how beautiful they all were. But when they came in, the school staff stripped them down, taking all their clothes, all the food, including the dried caribou, the salmon that they had been given to tide them over. The staff showered them, shaved them, and gave them a number. But the most painful in his retelling was how all of these clothes, the beautiful fur parkas, the caribou pants, all their clothes, everything, were taken and burned up in a furnace to completely wipe away their connection, not just the clothing, but to the culture. In this time period, students were punished and endured violence. Some survived and are pursuing healing, but unfortunately many others did not. This photo, there's two of them actually here on the same chart, and maybe difficult to see from a distance, but the photo on top is of a child laying on the floor, and it's part of the Sheldon Jackson collection at the Presbyterian Historical Society. And this shows an Alaska Native child aboard a ship, it's called the Revenue Cutter Bear, to be taken to the boarding schools by Sheldon Jackson. According to Alaska Native Heritage Center research, most of the children who were taken aboard never returned back. Many went to school. This photo on the bottom here, you can see how young these children are. This comes from the National Library of Congress, and it shows a group of children who were sent to Catholic Holy Cross Mission, again in the interior part of the state. Here they're wearing essentially military uniforms, everything from the boots to the uniforms themselves. Benjamin Jasik Dolchak was one of the experts that we worked on with this topic, and he shared his research, including these photos. According, they angered any of the matrons or the priests, their heads would be completely shaved as punishment. And these are just a handful of the stories from survivors from Alaska, but Alaska was not the exception. Over the 19th and the 20th century, stories like these from survivors are, unfortunately, not too uncommon across the country. One of the most profound reasons for Congress to establish this commission is that it is time the federal government share the stories, share the truth, and pursue healing with the goal of breaking the cycle of intergenerational trauma. And like other congressional advisory commissions that this body has established, it will be an organization builds on an extensive congressional record, had multiple hearings throughout our committee, listening committees. Over 100 written comments for the record from Indian tribes, from Native communities and organizations, individuals, and religious institutions helped shape this legislation that we have reported to the floor of the Senate. And I think it's worth taking a moment here to talk about that process that we had in the Indian Affairs Committee. We had a pretty robust markup that began with a strong bipartisan effort by our staffs to put together a substitute amendment, was then further amended by our down-dais members on the committee who offered. Amendments were adopted, and the bill as amended was amendments that we adopted at the business meeting. We now, it's okay. It's okay here because subpoena authority should be a tool of last resort, but I do think that it is important for the Commission to have the complete findings and recommendations to Congress. So I want to thank all those, the many who have shared their stories. Frank John Jr., so many who have shared. I want to acknowledge and thank Senator Warren for her leadership on this issue, and for the leadership of Chairman Schatz from the Indian Affairs Committee for being a great partner, and would urge my colleagues to support this very important and very timely matter. With that, Madam President, I yield the floor, and I see my friend and colleague from Colorado is here.
Madam President.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you. And standing here listening to my distinguished colleague from Alaska, it's hard not to be angry at what we as a country did. And we're here today to reckon with this disgraceful part of our past. The Truth in Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies in the U.S. Act is the first attempt by the federal government to formally investigate and address this horrific period in United States history. This legislation and the truth that it will unearth is an essential step toward healing. Now, from the early 19th to the mid-20th century, the United States government established 408 federal boarding schools across the United States. Now, these schools were created for the purpose of stripping Native American children of their language, their religion, their cultural identity. In the over 100 years that these schools were in operation, our government took an estimated 100,000 Native American children from their homes and from their families. An estimated 40,000 of these children died alone, without their family, at government-sanctioned schools. And this is the story of one of those schools. Now, in 2022, I visited Colorado's Fort Lewis College, which it's a wonderful, remarkable college, has one of the highest, if not the highest, proportion of Native American students of any college in the country. But it traces its origin back to the Fort Lewis Indian Boarding School. And I went there to discuss the boarding school's history with students at Fort Lewis and with the Tribal Council of the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute tribes. It's because of the hard work of Fort Lewis College and the hard work of the tribes that we can bring many of the details of this dark history to light. Now, Fort Lewis was established in 1892 in Hesperus, Colorado. To call Fort Lewis a school really that's a bald-faced lie. Native American children were not given an education in reading or writing or math. The education model instead was based on assimilation into a white and Western way of life. And it came at a truly devastating cost. From 1892 to 1909, an estimated 1,100 children attended this boarding school in southern Colorado. These children were forcibly taken from their families of the Southern Ute, the Navajo, Apache, and other numerous tribes. Desperate to save their children, many Southern Ute families refused to turn their children over. As punishment, the school's superintendent, Dr. Thomas Breen, cut off the tribe's food rations to try to force the children's attendance. Breen's tactics failed. The Southern Ute tribe was steadfast in their resistance and their refusal to give up their children. Upon arrival at Fort Lewis, students were stripped of their clothing, their names, as Senator Murkowski said, their hair. Each day, the children were required to perform manual labor, like digging ditches and planting crops, oftentimes in the hot mid-afternoon sun. Combined with the poor sanitation and lack of food, many students quickly became ill. Disaster struck in the In the school's first year, a tuberculosis epidemic hit, followed by trachoma, known at that time as sore eyes. 2 children died, 4 others became blind. All were under the age of 12. Now, punishment of children at Fort Lewis was often severe. One father reported that his sons were forced to sleep outside in a coal shed in the middle of winter without adequate blankets. Superintendent Breen himself was known for sexually abusing his young female students and teachers. When the girls became pregnant, school officials made sure that they, quote unquote, disappeared, transporting them to other schools to avoid suspicion. Our federal government never held Breen accountable. The school reports show that 31 children died during the 16 years that Fort Lewis School was in operation. I can guarantee you the actual number is probably higher. This is the story of just one of these schools. There were 4 others in Colorado. There were 403 more across the country. That's 407 other Superintendent Breens, 10,000s of children who died in unmarked graves and who never saw their families again. It's hard to imagine why our government was preying on our own children. Why would our government sanction such conduct? Our government understood that erasing Native people's identity was a necessary condition to erase their claim to their land, to assimilate them right out of existence, and to ignore the lands guaranteed by treaty to the tribes. Don't take my word for it. In less than 50 years, from 1847 to 1934, Native Americans lost 2/3 of their tribal lands, of their treaty lands. And the legacies of this deep trauma remain embedded in tribal communities today. In Colorado, we see it as the high rates of poverty, the high rates of addiction, the high rates of suicide among our Native American communities. We see it in children who don't know their parents' indigenous names, who have lost their own language, families who don't know what happened to their relatives, to their ancestors, many of whom just never returned home. The Truth in Healing Act is not going to erase this dark past, but it does acknowledge our responsibility to unearth the stories of suffering and injustice that we have buried for generations. In 2022, I joined Secretary Deb Haaland, Secretary of the Interior, at a dedication ceremony for the Sand Creek Massacre National Historic Site. In front of tribal leaders and elected officials, Secretary Haaland told the crowd, and I quote, "Stories like the Sand Creek Massacre are not easy to tell, but it is our duty to ensure that they are told and that this story is part of America's story." Fort Lewis Indian Boarding School, along with the 407 others, is a part of our story. When we pass the Truth in Healing Act, we make a choice to tell the whole story. And we make a choice never to repeat it. Madam President, I yield back the floor.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, I rise today in support of the Truth in Healing Commission on Indian Boarding Schools Act and in remembrance of the thousands of Native children who died and suffered in these schools. Thousands of children were ripped from their families in the name of assimilation. Thousands of children were the victims of physical and sexual abuse. And thousands of children were forbidden from practicing their culture and speaking their native languages. The operation of federal Indian boarding schools by the United States Department of the Interior is one of the darkest chapters of American history, a chapter whose consequences are still being felt deeply by boarding school survivors, their families, and tribal communities. The federal government funded more than 400 Indian boarding schools over the course of 150 years. One of the earliest being the Carlisle Indian Industrial School in Pennsylvania, where Wampanoag children from my own home state of Massachusetts were stolen from their families, sent hundreds of miles away, and subjected to cruel, inhumane assimilation practices. When Captain Richard Henry Pratt founded the Carlisle Indian School in 1879, he imbued it with this motto: kill the Indian, save the man. But we know all too well that these boarding schools did only the former. They acted as a violent means of assimilation and an essential tool in the United States government's dispossession of Native peoples' Aboriginal rights, land, and culture. Children as young as 4 years old were subjected to systemic violent abuse. The Department of the Interior's recent investigation found that children were renamed from Native names to English names, had their hair cut off, were discouraged or prevented from using their languages, religion, and cultural practices, and organized into units to perform military drills. The Department of the Interior has since identified marked and unmarked burial sites at 53 schools. And this is just the tip of the tragic, horrifying, unacceptable iceberg of our history. In a confidential message to Congress, Thomas Jefferson said about Native people that, quote, when they withdraw themselves to the culture of a small piece of land, they will perceive how useless to them are their extensive forests and will be willing to pare them off from time to time. He directed Congress, Thomas Jefferson, to, quote, encourage them to abandon hunting so that the extensive forest necessary in the hunting life will then become useless. What was once a plot to take native land also became the foundation of our nation's century-long legacy of forced assimilation, displacement, and ultimately attempted eradication of native language and culture and the people themselves. We have not simply a moral responsibility, but a legal obligation to the welfare of tribes across the country to uphold treaty rights and to recognize the dark history of our own country. And this obligation cannot be met without securing truth, justice, and healing for every Native person, family, and tribe affected by these genocidal policies. In Massachusetts, we have seen the healing process in action. After centuries of forced assimilation led to the extinction of the Wampanoag language, members of the Mashpee, Aquinnah, Assonet, and Herring Pond Wampanoag communities came together to widely reintroduce and re-engage with their ancestral language. And today, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribes school serves as a shining example of how Native students can thrive when they are surrounded by their language and their culture and not stripped of it. But tribes should not be left to fight alone, to recover what was stolen from them by the American government. Passing the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding Schools Act would be an essential step to turn the American government from an historic enemy to a future ally in righting these wrongs. So I thank Senator Schatz. I thank him for his great leadership on these issues and his excellent staff. I thank Senator Murkowski for organizing this floor time, for us to bring attention to this part of American history that we must never forget. And Senator Warren for introducing this important legislation that begins to put us on a path of truth and healing. So with that, Madam President, I yield back the balance of my time.
The senator from Hawaii.
I want to thank everybody for being part of this series of very compelling speeches about the atrocities that the United States government perpetrated against the first peoples of the United States. For over 150 years, the United States government stole hundreds of thousands of Native children from their families and communities and forced them into federally run and supported boarding schools, often far away from their homes. These institutions, by design, worked with efficient, brutal, systematic diligence to force Native children to abandon their culture, abandon their language, and abandon their very identity through unspeakably cruel punishment, abuse, and neglect. As one school superintendent noted, quote, "Only by complete isolation of the Indian child from his savage antecedents can he be satisfactorily educated." These inhumane policies were part of the government's long-standing colonial project to rob Native peoples land through assimilation. The goal was, quote, to civilize Native children by killing the Indian in him and saving the man. That was the motto at the time, killing the Indian and saving the man. These were not faraway bad guys. These were employees and agents of the United States federal government. To hear this history today is appalling, it's infuriating, it is heartbreaking, because as the late Senator Ted Kennedy put it, quote, "It challenges the most precious assumptions about what this country stands for: cultural pluralism, equity and justice, the integrity of the individual, freedom of conscience and action, and the pursuit of happiness." But it's not just a history that demands a reckoning, it's also the lasting legacy of these immoral policies which continue to this day. The Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, which I chair, has heard devastating testimony from survivors, descendants, communities, and leaders about the impact of these schools decades later. A legacy of enduring trauma passed down from parent to child to grandchild to great-grandchild, fracturing families and communities over and over again. I want you to imagine a Native community with no kids left, just the parents and grandparents. Imagine not just the trauma for that group of children who were abducted, but what kind of community is left there? As a parent, I would be absolutely catatonic for the rest of my life. Across Indian reservations and Hawaiian homelands and Alaska Native communities, from coast to coast in cities and in rural communities, and we see it manifested in so many ways within Native communities, whether it's higher rates of mental health challenges or substance abuse or suicide. And so it's not enough to just face up to the wrongs of the past, although that is essential. It's equally important to provide justice and support for survivors and descendants. The Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act does both of these things. The bill establishes a Truth and Healing Commission as well as several advisory bodies tasked with uncovering the full scope of what took place at these schools. The commission will provide a platform for survivors to share their experience, for the nation to hear and acknowledge their pain. Doing so ensures that these stories are preserved and that the atrocities are never forgotten. Importantly, this bill is sensitive to the trauma experienced by survivors and descendants and requires the Commission to provide them with trauma-informed care. Ultimately, the Commission's final report will provide a comprehensive account of the boarding school era and recommendations to Congress for future action. Madam President, before I close, I want to take a moment to directly acknowledge the survivors, the descendants, the families, and the communities that have been devastated by these policies. Some of them are here with us today in the gallery, and their advocacy and courage have been the driving force behind this bill. And the fact that we've reached this point, having passed the bill unanimously out of the committee and ready to consider it before the full United States Senate, is testament to their unwavering commitment to truth and justice. Their stories will not be forgotten. This bill is not just a legislative act. It's a moral imperative. It is our duty to unflinchingly confront the full scope of this shameful history and help to heal the deep pains that this very body helped create. We can't change the past, but we can and we must shape a better future. A future where the mistakes of the past are never again repeated, where every child can grow up with pride in their heritage and their identity. And so I urge my colleagues to join me and Senator Murkowski and all of the previous speakers and the author of this bill, Senator Warren, in supporting this important legislation. Too many have waited too long for truth, for closure, and for justice. And by passing this bill, we can finally begin the work. I yield the floor.
The senator from Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session to be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions: S-Res 769, Youth Mental Health; S-Res 770, Disability Pride Month. Excuse me.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, July 25th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of the House message to accompany S 2073, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to the House message ripen at 2:15 p.m. and the mandatory quorum call be waived. Further, at 11:30 a.m., the Senate proceed to executive session and vote on confirmation of the Way nomination pursuant to the order of July 23, 2024, that if the nomination is confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, that upon disposition of the nomination, the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.